forget, stock is not a variance, right? Material with stock. This stock can be valued in two ways, right? One is what we can value the stock at actual price. Another one is what? Standard price. But common method is what? Valuing the stock what? Standard price at the point of what? Issue. You remember I have given the note at the point of what? Issue. Then if you are valuing the stock at what? Standard price, price variance should have been calculated by using the what? Purchase quantity. You remember that. If you are valuing the stock at what? Actual price, then for the both it should be what? Use quantity. Usage variance as well as for the price variant, use quantity. Don't forget. Right? That is what when you are recognizing the variances one at the point of purchase. Right. Next one, we talked about what? Idle time. Idle time, labor with idle time. The payment would be given for no work, right? When you are dealing with idle time, generally idle time which would be valued based on what? Standard rate. There's no way to value the idle time what? Actual rate. It is always valued what? Standard rate. When you are dealing with the idle time, the paid hours is different from what? Worked hours. Paid hours is different from what? Worked hours. Then that will be reported as a what? Idle time. When you are dealing with idle time, you have to be very careful of calculating what? Efficiency variance. Efficiency variance. Because efficiency variance, you can't apply the paid hours. You'll have to come up with the what? Worked hours. If you apply the paid hours, deliberately or purposely, we are underestimating the what? Labor's performance. That's very unfair. That's very unfair. Therefore, we have to come up with the what? Worked hours. Then we talked about possible causes of variances. Why we are getting variance? Investigations of what? Variances. That's the very, very important part. Why actual price is more than the standard price? The best example I said, but due to the market condition, due to what? Inflation, shortage of what? Material. Am I correct? Then your actual price would be what? More than the standard price. Sometimes what? Actual price would be less than the what? Standard price. Then it will be resulted with the what? Favorable variance. Favorable variances. Reasons what? There are more supply in the market. Am I correct? Then you would have got the what? Discounts. There are a number of reasons we have discussed. Based on the case, you'll have to identify the reasons thoroughly. Right? Then we talked about variable overhead variances. Under variable overhead variances, you remember variable overhead payment will be based on same as what? Labor hours. Pay, not paid hours, worked hours. You have to be very careful. Don't get confused. Variable overhead and the labor will come hand in hand. Am I correct? Only the rate is different. Only the rate is what? Different. Next we talk under variable overhead. There are two types of variances. One is a what? Expenditure variance. Another one is what? Variable overhead efficiency variance. Variable overhead efficiency variance. Last cost variances we discussed. Fixed overhead variances. But make sure the fixed overhead variances generally calculated if the company uses what? Absorption costing system. Absorption costing system. Under fixed overhead variances, there are two elements mainly. One is expenditure. Another one is what? Volume. Volume can also be what? Subdivided into what? Two categories. One is what? Capacity. Another one is what? Efficiency. Capacity, don't forget, just to identify the whether it's adverse or favorable, try to remember machine's capacity. How many hours from the machine we have expected? Actual hours and the expected, which is what? Budgeted hours. We call it as what? Capacity variance. Capacity. Efficiency means difference between the what? Actual hours and the standard hours. Actual hours and the standard hours. We call it as what? Efficiency. Then we talked about what? Sales variances. There are two types. Sales price and sales volume. Sales price is very straightforward. Difference between the actual selling price and the standard selling price. In order to calculate the total variance, you will multiply by actual quantity sold or actual sales volume. Anything. Right? Next one is what? Sales volume. Sales volume variances. You'll have to decide based on the question whether to go with the marginal costing system or what? Absorption costing system. If it is a marginal costing system, standard contribution margin. Absorption costing system, standard profit margin. That is what we talked about under basic variances. And I have given you one question. Let's try that questions quickly and we'll finish it off. Also, we talked about the what? You remember types of standard. Am I correct? Types of standard. One is what you remember ideal standard. Standard will be set what ideal level, right? Which means what we shall not consider the what losses, idle time. It means that will be prepared with the inefficiencies. Am I correct? It is always resulted with the what adverse variance. Second, we talked about what attainable or achievable standard. It is opposite of what ideal standard. Third, what basic standard. It's one is set for the what forever. Keep on using the what same standard. Current standard means based on the current market condition, you prepare a standard. Now let's get started with this question. Whenever you started with the question, easiest way, we try to put the formula, right? I'm sure that everybody is having the questions. Look at Wiki Limited produces and sell one product. Is that a question? The standard cost and the price for one unit being as follows. Direct material A, 10 kilograms at $12 per kilo. Material B, there are two types of a material that we are using. Material B, 6 kilogram at the rate of what? $5 per kilogram. Wages being given. Fixed production overhead, OAR is given to you. Total standard cost is 250. Standard gross profit is what? 50. Standard selling price is 300. Am I correct? That gross profit means what? Standard profit margin. Standard profit margin. The fixed production overhead included in the standard cost is based on the expected monthly output is how much? 700. Then budgeted output being given as what? 750 units. Absorption costing system. During April, actual results were as follows. 700 units sales at $320. Direct material this much. A, B this much. Wages this much. Fixed production is this much. Wiki Limited does not hold any inventories. It's very easy for us to get the answer now. There are no what? Inventories. You are required to reconcile budgeted profit with the actual profit for the period calculated the following variances. Sales price, sales volume, material price, material usage, everything apart from what variable overhead. Let's get started with the what material. Let's get started with the what material. Material A. A, right? Actual quantity times actual price. Actual quantity, standard price. Standard quantity, standard price. Am I correct? These two we call it as what? Price variance. These two, usage variance. Right. Now let's talk about A. If you look at A, actual material is how much? 7,500 kilograms. Am I correct? 7,500 kilograms. Actual material cost they have given 91,500. Here 7,500. And standard price for A, $12. Am I correct? $12. Standard quantity always depends on what? Actual production. Actual production. What is the actual production? 700 units. Am I correct? Actual production and sales are what? Same, because that's the reason the question being given as what? There is no what? Stock movement. Right? Then standard quantity always depends on actual production, which is what? 700 units. Each unit is expected to use 10 kilograms at the rate of how much? 12. Let me know the total for both. Make it fast. Make it fast. $7,500 times 12. How much? 90,000. Okay. Next, last one. 84,000. Let's get the variances. Difference is 1,500. Left hand side is more, therefore adverse. Am I correct? Here 6,000. Once again what? Adverse. Am I correct? If you want to calculate total 1500 plus 6000, which is how much? 7500. There's another way of getting the total variance. Actual cost minus standard cost. Do you agree with me? What is the actual material cost? 91,500. What is the standard material cost? 84,000. 91,500 minus 84,000 is how much? 7,500. Just check whether I'm correct or wrong. But anyway, always you should come up with a breakdown. Always you should come up with a what? Breakdown. Then only you can do the investigation with regard to the what? Variances. If you go only with the total, no point of calculating what? Price and usage. Am I correct? Second one is material B. Material B. Actual quantity times actual price. Actual quantity times what? Standard price. Standard quantity times what? Standard price. Am I correct? So actual quantity they have given 3,500 kilograms. Am I correct? 3,500 kilograms. Actual material cost is $20,300. $20,300. Here 3,500 kilo. Standard price. Material B $5. Then 17,500. Standard quantity always depends on what? Actual production. That is how much? 700 units. Each unit is expected to use 6 kilograms at the rate of 530, 21,000. Am I correct? Now this is we call it as price. How much? $2,800. 2,800 adverse because left hand side is more. Correct? Here, right hand side is more, therefore favorable. Excuse me. I'm just giving you the hint only to find out right hand side and left hand side, but you have to properly find out. If somebody asks, you try to explain. We are finding what is the actual material usage and the expected material usage. What is the actual price and the what? Standard price. So here how much? 3,500. Favorable. So why you have given, you can say the time in the exam. Right? Now let's calculate. Are you all okay with these two? Online students, are you all okay? Online, are you all okay? But if you want to calculate here total variance, 700 favorable. Net. Just check these two. It will give you what? 700 favorable. Clear? People who are absent yesterday's class, they don't understand anything over here. Am I correct or wrong? You tell me the truth. If you were not in the class yesterday's one, can you all understand anything today's sessions? You can't understand anything. I can't remember that guy name, the guy who's wearing the specs, thin guy who used to come for the class. There's a guy who is coming for his going for an exam this time. I believe I can't remember his name. Thin wearing the specs. Yeah. No idea. What is name? You don't know his name even. Are you all okay? Right, okay. Now let's move on to the what? Labor. 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 If you look at labor, A hatch times what? AR. A hatch times what?
So we don't need to do like total material, total material price variance and total material usage variance.
You are talking about A and B. No, we can always come up with a breakdown. That's better. Always you should come up with a breakdown. Don't go for a total. Total, if you want, you can calculate. But you're talking about A and B price variance and A and B usage variance. These are the questions. So A only price and usage and B price and usage. But you asking?
You can do like total material price variance.
For both A and B. Yes, possible. But anyway, all better you have to show, separate. Because sometimes we'll have to do the investigations, no, with regard to the variances. Then only specific, because sometimes material A price variance is adverse. Material B price variance is what? Favorable. Then you can't do the investigations, no, together. Am I correct? Therefore, better show it what? Separately. A hatch times AR, A hatch times SR, S hatch times what? SR. These two we call it as what? Rate. This is what? Efficiency. Actual hours they have given in the questions. Sorry? 3,400. And what is the actual labor cost? 27? I'll take it. 27,880. Yes, correct. 880. Here 3,400. Standard rate being given, which is how much? $8. Correct? 8. 8 times 3,400. 20. 200. Correct? Standard hours always depends on what? Actual production, which is 700 units. Each unit is expected to use how many hours? 5 hours at the rate of what? 840. So 28,000. Now let's get the variance. Here how much? 680. Correct? Adverse. Here difference is 800 favorable. Just check whether I'm correct or wrong. Shall we calculate fixed overhead? There's no variable overhead. Correct? Actual fixed overhead. Budgeted fixed overhead. And what? Standard fixed overhead. Actual fixed overhead is given, which is how much? 37,000. Correct? 37,000. Budgeted fixed overhead is, give me a second. Right. How to calculate? Sorry. How to calculate budgeted fixed overhead? Let me know the way of calculating budgeted fixed overhead. Very good. Budgeted quantity, because they said, but look at the question, what they say clearly. First part of the question. Fixed production overhead included in the standard cost is based on expected monthly output is how much? 750 units. Now, budgeted fixed overhead equal budgeted quantity times what? Standard rate, which is what? OAR. Here, standard quantity times what? Standard rate, which is what? OAR. Clear? Now, what is the budgeted quantity? 750 unit. OAR is how much? 60. Then here standard quantity is 760. Now you may ask a question from me, excuse me. Why the standard fixed overhead? You have applied only the two components. Generally we do come up with about three components. No? Generally we do come up with about three components. But here I have given only two components. Because the 60 is what? Not for per hour. It's what? Per unit. So 700 also what? Number of units. Am I correct? That's the way it has been provided as a questions. So this is units. This is also what? Units. Then what is the total? Sorry? 42,000. Here total. So here only 42,000, no? Yeah. This one. $45,000. Now you can get the what? Variance expenditure. 8,000. Favorable. Correct? Here 3,000 adverse. Volume. Is that clear? Is that clear? Now, another two more variants. Now, we can't go for a capacity and efficiency because additional information is not provided. We have to stop with the what? Volume, not the further two categories. Don't go and search that one. It's not there. This will have given you what? Actual hours, budgeted hours for what? For machines. Then only we can identify the what? Capacity and efficiency. Now, sales price. Actual quantities sold times actual selling price. Actual quantity sold times standard selling price. Or actual selling price minus standard selling price times what? Actual quantity sold. Anything is okay. This is 700 units. Actual selling price is how much? Actual selling price, they have given the actual revenue, no? Yeah, they have given the breakdown. 320, 224,000. This is 320, 224,000. Actual quantity sold 700. Standard selling price 300. Then 210,000. Am I correct? Difference is what? 14,000. Are you happy or sad? Opposite of cost always. This is opposite of what? Cost. Look at very simple. What is the actual selling price? You sold out for 320, but you expected to sell for how much? 300. Happy or sad? Which is what? Favorable. Agree with me? Clear? Next one is what? Sales volume. Sales volume. Actual quantity sold times standard profit margin. Budgeted quantity sold times what? Standard profit margin. Or actual quantity minus budgeted quantity times what? Standard profit margin. Either way it can be done. Actual quantity sold is 700 units. Budgeted quantity sold is what? 750 units. Now before we finish this calculation, you let me confirm. Are you going to get what? Adverse variance or favorable variance? Very good. Adverse. Why? You expected to sell how many units? 750. End of the day, you sold out only what? 700. Right? What is the standard profit margin? It's given. Standard cost is 250. Standard selling price is 300. Therefore, 50 is what? Standard profit margin. Standard profit margin is what? 50. Is that clear? Are you okay? 50. You also what? 50. 35,000. Here how much? 37,500. 2,500 adverse. Correct? These are the whole variances. I can't share everything at once. Right. Take down small heading. Reconciliation statement. Reconciliation statement. Reconciliation statement. STMT stands for statement. Between budgeted profit and actual profit. Within the bracket profit, contribution or profit. Contribution or actual contribution. Reconciliation statement between budgeted profit or what? Contribution to actual profit or actual contribution. Excuse me. You tell me. You tell me. What's the difference between budget and actual? What do you call for the difference? No, what is the difference? The name budget minus actual. Very good. Variance. Now, from the budgeted profit, if I adjust all my variances, I should get what? Actual profit. Or from the actual profit, if I adjust all my variances, I should get what? Budgeted. Either way it can be done. Let's try to remember, right? Only one way. Then only it's easy for us to what? Get the answers. Let's start from the budgeted profit. Budgeted profit. Budgeted profit already we have calculated. Just have a look. This is the budgeted profit. 37,500. 37,500. Let's say we are going to calculate what? Actual profit, which is unknown. Which is what? Unknown. There are number of variances we have calculated. All the variances should have been what? Adjusted. Right? Now let's start it from what? Sales variance. Sales price. Sales volume. Let me know the amount. What is the sales price variance? Sales price variance 14,000. Yes, 14,000. Favorable. Correct? Now the problem would arise whether to add favorable or subtract favorable. Adverse, whether to add or subtract. What do we do with the favorable? Added. Y. Minus Y. But then adverse? Okay. No, budget.
We can compare the
Actual. That's okay. But here I'm adjusting the variances. No. I asked the same question from my lecturer when I was doing. favorable, and there are two variances, no, favorable. Then he said, but he gave me the correct answer. He said, but all favorable variances will be added with the what budgeted profit. All adverse variances will be subtracted from what budgeted profit. Then I asked a question from him, why? He said, I will check and let you confirm. Still not confirming me. But I did myself, right? Just have a look. Don't memorize anything. What is meant by favorable? What is meant by favorable? Are you happy or sad? Happy. Which means your actual performance is better than what? Expected performance. Agree with me? Your actual is better. Then actual profit is what? More. Actual profit is what? More. Expected profit is what? Lower. How to make the lower amount to higher? How to make lower amount to high? You'll have to add. That's the reason all favorable variances will be added with the what? Budgeted profit. Look at the adverse. Just have a look at the adverse. What is meant by adverse? Are you happy or sad? Sad. Which means your actual performance is what? Poor. Lower than the what? Expected performance. Therefore, expected is what? Higher. Actual is what? Lower. How to bring the higher amount to lower amount? Subtracted. That's the reason all adverse variances will be what? Subtracted. Do you all understand what I said? Right? So now sales price variance 14,000 favorable. Therefore, it has to be what? Added. Sales volume? Adverse or favorable? Adverse. Then it has to be what? Subtracted. Correct? Next one is material A. Material A. Price. Usage. Let me know the amount quickly. Adverse for A, 1500 adverse, then subtracted, correct? Adverse, right? B, adverse, adverse, usage, 1500, favorable. Next one is labor, rate, and efficiency. How much rate? 6080. 680. Adverse or favorable? Adverse. 800. Favorable. Next one is fixed overhead, expenditure, and volume. Yes. 8000 favorable. Right. Volume 3000 adverse. Now this we call it as what? Actual profit. This work. Properly do it. Sanjana, get me the answers quickly. If you are working the marginal costing system, instead of calling a name of what? Profit, you call it as what? Contribution. Actual contribution will be compared with what? Budget, or budgeted contribution will be compared with actual. Then you won't take the what? Fixed overhead variances. Uh, 47,320. Correct? Everyone is getting the same answer. Are you all backing? 47,320. Answer from Priyanka. 47,320. Correct? If you are working from the actual profit, all favorable will be what? Subtracted. All adverse will be what? Added. Excuse me. Shall we double check whether our answer is correct or wrong? So actual profit, how much I have got? 47,320. Let's work out for the what? Normal marginal costing system. Right. I'm going to double check my answers. Just have a look. Actual revenue, how much? Actual revenue. It's given in the questions. Second part of the question, actual revenue. Second table. Second table, they have given no actual income. How much? It's given no actual revenue is 224,000. Look at the second table. Actual results were as follows. But anyway, they have given the actual gross profit. How much? Now our answer is matching, no? So how you have to put the actual revenue, actual material cost, actual labor cost, actual variable overhead, then actual contribution, actual fixed overhead, actual profit. So anyway, the answer is given where in the question, which is how much? 47,320. So here also we got what? 47,320. Then our whole calculations are correct. If that is not what matching, then somewhere we would have made what mistake. Are you all with me, online students? Then no need to double check. Anyway, answer is given where in the questions. Are you all done? Are you all done? Advanced variance analysis. Before we get started with the advanced variance analysis, quickly we'll finish with a few theory-based questions on the basic variances, right? He will share with you all. Can you quickly try these questions until 177? Theory base area. Shall we quickly answer for these questions? Theory based question. You can't take more than 1 minute. Right? Look at the first question, very straightforward. Which of the following best described as a basic standard? I have taught you yesterday the basic standard. The standard, yes, which is kept, right, unchanged for over a period of time. Question number 173. Which two of the following statement about budgets and standards are true? Budgets and standards are true. Budget can be used in a situation where output cannot be measured. Morning itself I have explained. It is preferred for service industry. Do you remember that? Whereas standard costing is preferred for what? Manufacturing industry. Because in the service industry, it is difficult to standardize the what? Service. There is no what? Production. One is correct. Budget can include the allowance for inefficiencies operation, but standard use of no. Budgets are used for planning purpose. No. For both are planning and controlling purposes. Last one, standard which remain unaltered for a long time period. Yes, that's correct. Therefore, 1 and 4. 1 and 4. I'm going little faster, right? Which of the following best define the standard costing system of budgeting? All activities are examined without the reference to history each year. Output level of cost are predetermined. Actual cost then compared with these predetermined cost are where no. Actual cost are compared with the predetermined cost for the level of activity. That's correct, no? C would be the correct answer. The following management accounting techniques, actual versus we'll be learning participant by flex budget, no worries. We are learning the anyway variance analysis. That is one of the management accounting technique. Trend cost for analysis, that also we'll be learning, under time series analysis, forecasting. So all three techniques are correct. For the timing, just say what all three are part of what management accounting techniques. Management accounting techniques. Question number 176. When considering a setting the standard for costing, which of the following would not be appropriate? Would not be appropriate. The normal level of activity should always be used for the absorbing overheads. That is appropriate, right? Average prices for the material should be used, encompassing any discount that are regularly available. That's also correct. The labor rate used will be the rate at which the labor is paid. Is it correct? No. Sometimes we may be dealing with the what? Idle time, right? That is wrong. Question number 177. Which of the following statements are true regarding the standard costing and the total quality management? Total quality management. What is meant by total quality management? Continuous improvement. It should be about continuous improvement. What is total quality? Total means entire part of the organization, including the what? Distribution channel, supplier, customers, everyone. Total quality means what? Prevent before occur. Am I correct? So management means what? We'll have to manage the what? The quality. Am I correct? We'll have to manage the what? Quality. So that comes through the what? Continuous improvement. That is what we call total quality management. The focus on the assigning the responsibility solely to the senior manager. No, the work well in a rapidly changing environment. They work well in the rapidly changing environment. Which are the following regarding the standard costing and the total. Standard costing, one drawback that I have discussed yesterday's class. It is not much suited for what? Rapidly changing environment. Do you agree with me? Why? Very difficult to set the standard, no? If the changes are taking place, rapidly changing, but because generally we do set the standard at the beginning. Say for an example, 1st January, we will compare that 1st January what you set for the end of the period. Generally 31st, but it does not mean that every year. Just say one example every year. If the changes are taking place rapidly, how that possible to use the word standard costing? Very difficult. Am I correct? Therefore, I believe both neither a 1 or 2. Right? Both statements are what not true. Let's move on to the what? Advanced variances. Under advanced variances, first take down. There are a number of variances we'll have to discuss under advanced variances. First one, just take down mix and yield variance. Mix and yield variance. Excuse me. It is applicable for material and applicable for what? Labor. Right? This mix and yield, don't forget, is a subdivision of takedown. Both mix and yield variances are subdivisions of quantity variance. Subdivisions of quantity variance. Subdivision of what? Quantity variance. Within the bracket, you can mark usage and efficiency. Usage and what? Efficiency. Listen very carefully. Very slowly, I'm going to explain to you. these mix and yield variances, which would be reported only when, excuse me, just have a look, only when if the product requires more than one type of a material or what? One type of a labor. If the product requires one type of a labor and one type of a material, then there is no what? Mix and yield. Right? Until the last question, what we have assumed, company produces and sell only one product. Each product will require only one type of what? Raw material and labor. That's why we have calculated all the variances. Now what we are saying, sometimes certain product, it may require what? More than one type of a raw material. Since it requires more than one type of a raw material, then we will be getting the what? Mixed and what? Yield variance. What is exactly meant by mixed variance? Just have a look. Mixed variance, your actual mix may be different from what? Standard mix. You expected some mix. Say for an example, to produce a product A, let's say you are making soft drink, right? You are making soft drink. Easiest example. Let's say you are making a soft drink. To make a soft drink, you need what? Sugar. You need what? Soda, right? Soft drink soda. Let's say you need soda, and you need what? Some other salt or some other item, right? You need lemon. There are a number of what? Material which will require to make what? Soft drink. So you expected to make soft drink, sugar 50 grams, right? Then soda, let's say 20 grams, example, right? Then let's say one more item, lemon, right? Let's say 30 grams to make a one bottle of what? Soft drink. This is what your standard mix. Do you agree with me? So that can be done before what? Produce a product. Now, end of the day, you will be making what? Number of soft drink bottle, right? You would have purchased sugar A, maybe 10,000 kilogram. B, sorry, this soda, you maybe purchased what? 7,000 kilogram. Then you are making the product. Now the standard mix may differ from what? Your actual mix. To make that same one, if you are converting everything into one unit, that standard mix may differ from the what? Actual mix. That is what is known as mix variance. Are you clear? Are you clear? What is the mix that you have expected at the beginning? End of the day, what is the mix that has been used to produce a product is known as what? Mix variance. That how to calculate the mix variance? Actual input minus actual input at standard mix. How? Just have a look very, very carefully. Just have a look. I'll go back to the same question, right? This is what actual quantity. This is what actual mix. Your actual mix, right? Sugar, soda, and what? Lemon, right? Actual here, this is what? 7,000. This is 6,000. This is 5,000. This is what your actual mix, which is how much? 18,000. Right. Now this is the actual mix, right? This is what your actual mix. Now the same actual mix, the 18,000, this 18,000, what would be your expected mix? So expected mix is what? 5 is to 3, 2 is to 3. Do you agree with me? 50 gram, 20 gram and 30 gram, which means 5 is to 2 is to 3. Therefore 18,000 divided by what? 10 times what? 5 for what? Sugar. That is how much? 9,000. Agree with me? For soda, you expected 2 nang 1,800. How much? 3,600. For lemon, how much? 5,000. This is what? The same actual input. If you convert it to what? Standard mix, we call it as what? Actual input into what? Standard mix. This is, we call it as what? Mix variant. Then we will multiply by the what? Price. Standard price. Because this is a subdivision of what? Quantity variances. Which means you know how to calculate usage variance. Actual quantity, standard price. Standard quantity, what? Standard price. Therefore, to calculate the usage variance, always we will multiply by what? Standard price. Then here you will multiply by the standard price. You will identify the what? Variance. This is what is known as mix variant. Is that understandable? Once again, I'll go back to the heading. Online student, is that clear? Once again, I'll go back to my heading. What is meant by mix variant? If the product requires more than one type of, it can be a material or what? Labor. Generally for material and labor, not for the variable overhead. If the product requires more than one type of a material or labor, that our actual mix may differ from what? Expected, which is what? Standard mix. That different is known as what? Mix variance. We will be doing the question, no worries. Very easy, mix variance. Clear? Right. But don't forget, it is a subdivision of what? Usage variance. Therefore, that variance should have been valued what? At standard price. Second one is what? Yield variance. Yield variance. Y IELD, right? No, YIELD. Yield variance, not YEILD. YIELD. Yield variance. Clear? What is meant by yield variance? It's very interesting. If there's a problem with your mix, then there will be a problem with your output. Agree with me? That will be your actual output. You will be getting the actual output. That actual output, due to the problem of mix, what was your, it's not a budgeted output. It's not a budgeted output. Due to the mix, what was your expected output? For the mix, for standard mix, you expected something through your standard mix. You could have got, you should have got, let's say 10,000. Not, once again, I'm telling you, it's not budgeted output. Due to the mix, how much you have expected. If the mix is this much, from my input material this much, I could have got how much? This much. But end of the day, you got what? Maybe what? More than that or less than that. Maybe 11,000 or 8,000 or any numbers. That is what is known as yield variance. Yield. From the name itself, it's giving you the what meaning. How much you got as an what actual output. What is the output that you would have expected from what your mix? But bit of a tricky calculations. I'll explain everything through the question, then you would be able to understand. Can you make a short note on this? If more than one material type, or labor type is used for production, comma, normally there is a standard input amount Normally, there is a standard input amount. Standard input amount, which is known as standard mix. Which is known as standard mix. Am I audible enough? Am I audible? Online students? Are you experiencing any problem with the what's videos or audios? Yes, there is some problem with the flow. Yes, I can understand now. The network is getting glitch. Just give me some time. As soon as the person come, I will convey the message to him. Right? Just see whether you are able to manage. Uncomfortable. Let me confirm. Right? Right. Where did I stop? Standard mix. For the actual mix, of material, for the actual mix of material or labor, may be different, and that variance is known as mix variance. Right? If you want, you just mark within the bracket actual input minus actual input at standard mix. Actual input minus actual input at standard mix times standard price. Close the bracket times standard price. That is the mix variance. You will understand further when I'm explaining the questions. Right? No worries. Are you all okay, Priyanka? Priyanka? Actual input minus actual input at standard mix. That should be within the bracket and times what? Standard price. Next line. Due to the actual mix being different from standard. Next line, take down. Due to the actual mix being different from the standard, comma, the output produced may differ from plant. plant. Full stop and continue. That variant is analyzed through yield variance. Through yield variance.
Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
Get me a minute, I'll try to get the one question, then past paper question itself, I can explain that one. It's easy, we can save the time as well. I want to get a one little easier questions, then we can move on to the what complicated one.
Recording in progress.
Whether they are having a problem with that. Still, are you all facing the issues? Sanjana, are you all okay? Priyanka? Am I audible enough? Now just check. It's not, I didn't mute anything. It's automatically it got muted. Priyanka, are you all okay? Just check with them. I don't get any messages. Priyanka? Sanjana? Shall I explain? You put it in the group, no? Questions. Sanjana, Priyanka, Rachana. Okay, I'll check with him. Still muted. Working, no? Tell them to wait for a couple of minutes. We'll sort out this one. Otherwise, it'll be a problem. I'll have to do 2 times in. Am I audible now? Thank you. Let's continue. I hope you all have got the questions. Am I correct? Because the requirement, if you look at the requirement, it's It's only but yield variance. But I will explain both mix and yield. Then that part is done, right? Look at the question, what it says. Product GX consists of mix of three materials, J, K, and L. Standard material cost of unit is what? JK 5 is to 5 kilogram. Every unit will require 5 kilogram. Am I correct? They have given the information for 1 unit. You have to be very careful. They have given the information for what? 1 unit. Right? 5 kilogram at the rate of what? 4, which is how much? 20. 2 kilogram at the rate of how much? $12 per kilogram. Then the 3 kilogram at the rate of 8, 24 dollars. Am I correct? During March, 3,000 units of GX were produced. Actual production is how much? 3,000 units. GX were produced and actual usage was JKL 13,200, 6,500 and 9,300 respectively. Now, first I will explain to you all mix variance. Mix variance. What is meant by mix? Actual input, actual mix differ from what? Actual at standard mix. Am I correct? So if you look at actual mix or actual quantity, there are three products J, K, and L. J, K, and L. 13,200 kilograms, correct? This is 6,500 kilograms, right? This is how much? 9,300 kilograms. Total is how much? Sorry? 29,000. 29,000 kilograms. This is the what? Actual quantity. Now, if this is the actual mix, am I correct? Now, the same actual quantity, we are going to put it to the what? Standard mix. Same 29,000 kilogram, we are going to put it to the what? Standard mix. What is the standard mix? J, K, and L. 5 is to 2 is to 3. Now 10,000, sorry, 10 divided by 10, the half of it, 14,500. Am I correct? Am I correct? 29,000 divided by what? 10 multiplied by 5. For this we call it as actual quantity, same actual quantity. Because 29,000, but we are putting into the what? Standard mix. Am I correct? We are putting into the what? Standard mix. 29,000, 14,500. Next one, 29,000 divided by 10 times 2. 5,800. Next, 29,000 divided by 10 times 3. How much? 8,700. Now, we have to be very careful of finding the what? Variances. Adverse or favorable in terms of kilogram. Then we'll have to multiply by the standard price. So, now, here the difference is how much? 14,500, 1,300. Am I correct? 1,300 kilograms. Is it adverse or favorable? Adverse or favorable? Actual quantity is what? Less. Actual quantity is less than the what? Standard expected one. Therefore what? Happy or sad? Happy, which is what? Favorable. Correct? In terms of what? Standard price. What is the standard price? $4. Therefore, total would be 4,000, 5,200 favorable. Is that understandable? Go on. 5,200 favorable. Is that understandable? Right. Second one, the difference is how much? 700. Actual is more than the standard. Happy or sad? Sad, which is what? Adverse. Times what is the price? 12. 8,400. Adverse. Correct? Last one. 600. 600. Once again, adverse. Am I correct? Price is how much? $8. $4,000. adverse. Correct? Now we can get the total mixed variance. How much? Both adverse, 8,000, 12,600 and minus 5,200 favorable. 13,200 minus 5,200. How much? 5,200 favorable. For 8,400 adverse. 4,800 also adverse. Then adverse will be added. Favorable will be net off. Then how much? 12, 13,200, 200, 8,000. 8,000 adverse. Let's quickly take down the mixed variance. Yeah, that's okay. But because if you want to understand the concept, yeah. Some problems. On and off, there's a problem with the network. And yes, automatically it got muted. I also got to know after they are sending the message. Are you clear? Shall I explain the yield variance? Yield, shall I explain? Shall I? Most probably, this won't be not part of a what statement. This area which would be tested separately when the exam, mix and yield. It will not be connected with the reconciliation statement and all. It's a long work, no? They won't give you the questions like that because it cannot be prepared. Why? If the product is having but more than one type of a material, one by one you have to calculate, right? So it is a long route. Therefore, they won't test you this part with the what basic variances. Most probably, this would be tested separately, right? Yeah. Now, if you look at yield variance, just have a look. Yield variance. We got the actual output. What is the actual output? 3000 units. Look at the question. Actual output 3000 units. Right? Excuse me, I can't call it as a budgeted output, but I'm going to use the word as a but expected output. It does not mean expected here means what, not budget. Expected means what, not budget. Here, look at my standard material, 10 kilo. Am I correct? We estimated from 10 kilo, right? From 10 kilo, I can make how many units? 1 units, right? 10 kilograms is giving me a 1 unit, correct? Since I'm using how many kilogram? 29,000, because actual quantity is 29,000 kilograms. No? Am I correct? How many kilograms that I have used? Because look at the standard information. 10 kg is giving me a 1 unit. J, K and L. J 5. K how much? 2 kilo. L how much? 3 kilo. Altogether how many kilo? 10 kg. Incorporating all the what resources, all the material, 10 kg giving me a 1 unit. Since I have used 29,000 kilogram, I should have got 2,900 units. Do you agree with me? I should have got how much? 2,900 units. But how many units I have got actually? 3,000. Then 100 units I got more than what should I have got? Are you happy or sad? Are you happy or sad? You should have got how much? 2,900 units. But end of the day, you got 3,000 units. Happy. It's very straightforward. It's not a rocket science. But very straightforward. You are happy. How many units you are happy? 100 units. Happy. Favorable. But should be valued at a price. It should be valued at a price. What is the selling standard price? Look at $20 for what? J. K how much? $24. L how much? $24. Altogether how much? $68. $68 for how many kilo? For 10 kg. Divided by 10 kg. That would give you how much? $6.8 per unit. Now 100 times 6.8, which is how much? I'm sorry. The information being provided for per unit 68, no? I'm sorry. I made mistakes. I'm sorry. Here we are putting number of units, no, 100 units, not kg. 100 units. What is the per unit cost? Per unit cost. To make a per unit cost is 68, no? 20 plus 24 plus 24, 68 for 1 unit. Then here also I got what? 100 units. Am I correct? Then 100 times 68 is how much? $68 per unit. 6,800. Favorable. Answer would be A. Is that understandable? Is that understandable? So that also, for that information is given for one, not 1 kilo, 1 unit. 1 unit only $68. But this is also 100 units. Therefore 68 times what? 100, which would give you how much? 6,800. Favorable. Are you clear? But we have to be very careful. It does not mean each and every question the standard information will be provided for 1 unit. Sometimes they may give you for 100 units. Sometimes they may give you for 200 units. Sometimes they may give you for a 500 units. Standard information. Then you have to calculate for what? Per unit is how much? Yes. But our requirement is only but yield variance. But I have explained both. Because through the one questions, I have explained what? Both. Can you put these questions into the group quickly? One more question, only for the names. The requirement only for the mix. Can you calculate both mix and yield? Can you quickly calculate mix and yield? I have seen your past paper. There are no past papers question for each and every session without what standard question. Therefore, please make sure this part thoroughly before you go for exam. Standard question. Priyanka got the answer as what? 8,000. Okay, 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 Priyanka. Right. Let's have a break. Right after the break, we will get the answer for this question. Then we can get started with the next part of the variances. Right. Take a break and come. What's the question number? Question number 186. Okay. Requirement is only mixed variance. We will try to calculate both mix and what? Yield. Right? Mixed variance. Actual quantity A, B, C. There are three products. A, B, C. Actual quantity. A 13,200. B 7,600. And 5,600. Correct? Total is how much? 26,400. This 26,400 to be shared based on the what? Standard mix. 26,400, right? Actual quantity at standard mix. At standard mix. You know the standard mix. 5:4:2. Do you agree with me? 5:4:2. Then 5:4:2. How much? Divided by 910. Am I correct? Uh, 26,400 divided by 100 times into 5, that is 13,200. Half, no? No, not half, not half. 26,400 divided by 110 times 50. How much? 12,000. 12,000. Next one? 9,600. Next one? 4,800. Let's get the what variance first. This is 1,200 adverse. Am I correct? This is 2,000 favorable. Correct? Next one is 800. Am I correct? Adverse. Now let's multiply by the price. 10.59. 10.59 dollars. Then 12,000 adverse. Correct? Here 10,000 favorable. Correct? Here 7,200 adverse. Now get me the total mixed variance. It's very easy, no? Mixed variance. Sorry? 9,200. 9,200. The net is, which is more? Adverse. Therefore adverse. Are you all clear? Online students? Are you all clear? Mixed variance? Have you all got yield variance? Anybody who have got the yield variance? Yield variance, Priyanka, Sanjana, Ben Joel, Malavika, Rachana or Rachana, I don't know. Shall I explain yield variance? Okay. Yield, actual output minus expected output. Excuse me, the correct name is not expected output. How much you should have got. But I'm just using the word as what? Expected. Don't get confused. Expected means what? Not budget. Expected means what? Not budget. How much you should have got by using the what? Actual mix. Now actual output being given, how much? 23,180 kilograms actual output. Expected output, look at currently, we are getting, right? Actual output is that the information being given for 100 kilo. Am I correct? From your 110 kilogram, you are getting the output of what? 100. Am I correct? Do you all agree with me? The 100 is coming from what? 110 kilo. Since you have used how many kilo? 26,400. How much you should have got? 110 kilo is giving you what? 100 kilo. Correct? Then if it is 26,400, how much you should have got? 24,000. You should have got 24,000 kilo. Output here they have given in terms of kilo, just to make you all to confuse, right? But actually you got what? 23,180. What is the difference? 820. Are you happy or sad? You should have got 24,000, but end of the day you got only how much? 23,180. Happy or sad? Sad, which is what? Adverse kilograms. Now we'll have to calculate the price. Standard price. What is the standard price per kilogram? $880 for, sorry, $880 for how many kilo? For 100 kilo. Agree with me? Look at the information, look at the question. The standard cost card shows the material to be used producing how many kilo? 100 kilo. For 100 kilo only how much? 880. Therefore per kilo would be how much? $8.8 per kilo. Am I correct? Therefore 820 times $8.8, that would give you how much? $7,260 adverse. 16, sorry. Adverse. This is what? This is not part of what our requirement. The requirement is only what? Mix. Just for understanding purposes of what is mix and yield, I have explained the yield also. Make sure Friday afternoon you may be having but mock exam, 3 hours and 15 minutes. I don't know how they are going to conduct the exam. The people who are coming for the physical sessions, you can do it here. But try to attempt the paper. That's good. It would be something like similar to the what your real exam. Then one way you can evaluate what your performance. Where are you? and you will get to know what are the problems that you are facing when you are attempting the papers. That will be rectified everything before what your real exam. Am I correct? Therefore, even the people who are joining but through online also, please try to do the papers. That will be better for you, because then only you can check your performance. Where are you exactly? Right? So that's a great, I mean, I'm going to give you the one good paper for you all to consist in the whole part. Then Sunday, most probably we would be discussing the paper revision, the mock paper which would be discussed as a revisions. Why? But initial plan was not to do any revision, because each and every topic, most of the question being covered. Am I correct? As a courtesy, for the name, we are conducting mock exam, we are conducting revision, I can do it. Am I correct? In my last 14 years career, I just want to tell you the truth. For any sort of a professional or the what degree, academic, I never done any revisions. My policy is then and there maximum covering the most of the past papers question, each chapter wise. Therefore, I don't make it as a, what's the point of doing a revision? What is meant by revision? Giving question and giving some time to do yourself. After that, putting the same thing but on the board, answer. Are we going to revise the topic? No. Revising the topic which has to be done yourself. Step by step, you'll have to work. Then only you'll be perfect with the subject. So if when we are doing a revision, what we will, do, you will get to know the answer for the question what I have given. You won't be revising the whole part of the syllabus. So as a courtesy, I'm going to have a revision just to discuss our mock papers. Or if there are any other questions that I found it's a bit difficult, we will discuss that one as well. Because in future, because now we are going to have classes for another 6 to 7 days, each and every day would be a bit of a problem with when compared with the previous day. How can I put it? I'll put it this way. Then, the each and every topic is a little bit about complicated than the previous day. So tomorrow we'll be starting with the transfer pricing, if the time permits today, right? If I able to finish it off the standard costing today, with the past papers, we'll have to do a couple of past papers questions as well. Then I'll be starting transfer pricing. Transfer pricing also a complicated one. Then we are supposed to do risk and uncertainty. That is what much more complicated than the transfer pricing. Then one more lighter topic, which is what performance measurement. Then we are having a budgeting. Only one part which is what numbers, flexible budget or flex budget. All the other parts are theory under budgeting, incremental, very straightforward. But don't miss out the answer for the questions where in the exam. That would give you the bonus marks where in the exam. Then apart from that, we have small topic to be covered. Environmental costing, which I missed out, the chapter number 3. Performance measurement. That is, of course, a bit of a lighter topic, only calculating the ratios, and you have to do the interpretation based on the performances. That is what is known as performance measurement. So we have a sufficient time to cover, because almost with today's class, I would say we have completed almost 60 to 65% of the syllabus. 60 to 65. Another only 30 to 35% to be completed after today's class. That is what we are going to discuss in 5 days. We have a time from Sunday onwards. Am I correct? Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, then again Saturday. We have 6 to 7 days to cover the topic. Sunday, again, you are having a revision. And Friday, don't forget, you will be having a mock exam. Most probably I will be able to finish it off 80 to 90% of what your syllabus. With that only, we are going to have a mock exam. Right? I hope you all understood, online students, correct? So that is all about what mix and yield variance. We'll have to do a few questions. We'll do it later. Now I'm going to talk about sales mix and quantity variance. Sales mix and sales quantity variance. Put a star mark and write This is the subdivisions of sales volume variance. This is the subdivisions of sales volume variance. Right? Second bullet point. This is applicable only when the company has more than one output. Company has more than one output. Excuse me. Under basic variances, you remember we discussed about the sales price and sales volume variances. Am I correct? So we were assuming company produces and sells only one product. Do you agree with me? Company produces and sells what? Only one product. Then we calculated only one sales price variance, only one sales volume variance. Now, sometime the company might have what more than one product. If the company is having more than, like what we talked about mix and yield variance, do you remember that? Mix and yield, if the company is using what? More than one type of what? Raw material or labor force, we are calculating what? Mix and yield. So here also mix and quantity variance, if the company is having a what? More than one output, then only we can calculate what? Sales mix and sales quantity variances. Also, as I have told you earlier, this also which should be tested but separately. This will not be tested with the what calculated reconciliation statement and all. Because if the company is having more than one product, then you can't prepare the reconciliation statement. Why? Each and every product you have to separately calculate. For that itself, it will take about what 1 hour time. Am I correct? Therefore, if they are going to test you this part where in the exam, this may be tested as a sections A as a one individual question, or with another area you can expect from what? Section B. Section B. Even if the examiners are interested to test you what section C, they may test you maximum 5 minutes. Maximum this would be tested as a 5. Right. Let's talk about what is sales volume variance first. You remember sales volume variance equal. How to calculate sales volume variance? How to calculate sales volume variance? Actual quantity sold minus budgeted quantity sold multiplied by standard profit margin or what? Contribution margin. Depends on the company whether you are using a what marginal costing or what? Absorption costing. From this only we are going to expand what? Our sales mix and the sales quantity variance. What is meant by sales mix variance? This actual quantity, we are going to have more than one product. Let's say we are going to have product A, product B, and product C. Right? Actual quantity sold is, let's say this is 1000, right? This is 3000. Let's say this is 4000. This is the actual quantity sold. On the other side, the budgeted quantity sold, right? Let's say A 5000, sorry, no, 2000, B 3000, C 5000. This is budgeted quantity sold. Now you know the standard mix here. What is the standard mix here? Standard mix is 2:3:5. Agree with me? Now what is meant by sales mix variance? Sales mix variance. It comes, don't forget, it comes from the what? Sales volume. Actual quantity sold A, B, C, 1000, 3000, 4000. Correct? Altogether how much? 8000. The same 8000 units, we are going to put it to what? Standard mix. Actual quantity at what? Standard mix. Now this 8000 has to be shared between what? 2:3:5. 2:3:5. That is what, 10, 800, 1600. Correct? This is the half, 4000. This is 3 now, 800, 2400. Right? Now we'll get the variance. This is 600. Actual quantity sold is what? Less than the expected. Therefore, what? Adverse. Agree with me? Here, 600 what? Favorable. Here, no variance. Here, no variance because standard mix and actual quantity was sale. Because this is what sales, no, not the purchase material. So you have sold out 1000 units, but you expected to sell 1600 units. Am I correct? Based on the standard mix, you should have sold out what? 1600. Therefore, it's what? Adverse. Now multiply by what? Standard profit margin. Standard profit margin. This we call it as what? Sales mix variance. Is that understandable? Is that understandable? Sales mix variance. The difference between actual quantity sold, the same actual quantity based on the what? Standard mix. Based on the what? Standard mix. Is that clear? But that should have been valued based on what? Profit margin, because it is a subdivision of what? Sales volume variances. Clear? Next one is what? Online student, are you all clear? Second one is sales margin quantity variance. Quantity variance. Don't forget, it's a subdivision of what? Sales volume. Sales volume, there are two categories. One is our sales mix variance. Another one is what? Sales margin quantity variance. That is, it's very straightforward. Already you calculated actual quantity at standard mix. Actual quantity at standard mix. A, B, C. This is 1600. This is 2400. This is 4000. Correct? That will be compared with what? Budgeted quantity sold. Budgeted quantity is given how much? 2000, 3000 and 5000. Correct? That actual quantity sold at standard mix will be compared with what? Budgeted quantity sold. That's we call it as what? Sales margin quantity variance. Here 400 what? Adverse. Why? Actual is what? Less. Here 600 is what? Adverse. Here 1000, no? Budgeted quantity 2000, but less. 3000. Actual is less. Here 1000. That is also what? Adverse. Am I correct? That is also what? Adverse. That will be multiplied by what? Profit margin over what? Contribution margin. That is all about what? Sales margin quantity variance. Clear? Sales is not yet completed. There's a what? Market share is variance and two more variants to be discussed. That we will discuss right after completion of operating and planning variances. Shall we do one past papers questions on this? Only for this particular area? Can you all quickly try this question, please? Make it fast. Have you all got the answers? Very good. Shall we quickly finish it off both? There are three types of what product. What are they? X, Y, and Z, correct? Let's calculate for sales mix variant. Sales mix. Sales mix. X, Y, Z. X, Y, Z, right? Actual quantity sold. Actual quantity sold. 550, 250, and 100. Am I correct? 550, 250, and what 100. Therefore, the total is what 900. Am I correct? So the same 900 should have been converted into standard mix. Am I correct? Standard mix. What is the standard mix? 5 is to 3 is to 2. 500, 300, and 200. Am I correct? So then 5 now this would be 450. Am I correct? 3 now how much? 5 is to 3 is to 2. 270. Okay, next one. 180. Now let's get the what variance. This is 100. Actual quantity sold is more favorable. This is 20 what adverse. This is what 80 adverse. Now multiply by standard contribution margin. Since the company uses what marginal costing system, you can't put the actual contribution. Should be what standard contribution margin. It's given 2, 3, 4. Am I correct? For X, Y, and Z. 2, 3, 4 times 2, 3, and 4. 320 adverse, 60 adverse, 200 favorable. Altogether 380, 200, 180 adverse. Is that understandable? Is that understandable? Now let's get the what sales margin quantity variance. Sales margin quantity variance. Sales margin quantity variance. X, Y, Z. You know actual quantity at standard mix. Already you calculated 450, 270, and 180. That should be compared with what? Budgeted quantity sold, which is 500, 300, and 200. 500, 300, and 200. Therefore, the difference is 50 adverse, 30 adverse, 20 favorable. Am I correct with the numbers? No, budgeted quantity is what more, actual is less. That is also adverse. Am I correct? Yes. Everything is less now. Therefore, what? Adverse. Multiply by standard contribution margin. 2, 3, and 4. 80 adverse. 90 adverse. 100 adverse. Altogether 270. He's going to share you 3 questions, another 3 more questions as an OTQ past papers question. We'll try first 2 questions, then we will stop because we can't keep on doing the questions only from this area. We'll have to get started with the what operating and planning variances. Just do first 2 questions only. Why I am doing whatever. For the physical class, only you are going for the exam this time, no? March. All the others are anyway June, no? But the online, I think Sanjana and Priyanka, you are going for the exam this time, March. Am I correct? Many of them are good. Girls. From the, but online or the, they don't come for the classes. No? Who are they? Yeah, Priyanka, she used to come for the online no, anyway. But for my classes, every time she come for the online. She's there anyway. Lazy. I don't say Priyanka. I got it from one of your colleagues, one of your friends. Sanjana, you also going for the exam this time. Am I correct? Work hard. You have only 1 month more. Any others from the list? The long list? 10. Ben Joel? No. Malavika? Next time. Priyanka, where are you from? She's having a traveling issues. No problem. Priyanka has got 50,000 for 193, 87,500 for favor. Have you got the same answer? Shall we try quickly? First one is what is the requirement? First questions. 193. 193. 193. Yellow sells two types of squash balls. One is a type A and type B, right? A, B. First requirement is one way sales mix variance. Therefore, actual quantity sold. Actual quantity sold. 240,000 and 200,000. Correct? Altogether, how much? 440,000. Correct? Actual sales were 240,000 for ball, which is 20,000 ball higher than the budget. The actual sales included for 200,000 type A balls. There are two types of ball, no? That's so. Give a second. Actual sales were 240, which is 20th budget. Actual sales include 200 type A ball. Right, okay. Okay, you are correct. I'm sorry. You are correct. You are correct. I didn't read the questions. Thank you. You are correct. What it says, actual sales were 240,000 ball. Right? From that, A is how much? 200,000. A is how much? 200,000. And the 40,000 is what? B. Right? Now the same actual quantity, 240,000, we'll have to put it to what? Standard mix. Standard mix. What is the standard mix? They have given 5 is to 3. Do you agree with me? 5 is to 3. Then 5 not 2 and 8, 40,000, 200,000. 5 is to 3. Altogether 8, 30,000. Then 150,000. 150,000 and 90,000. 5 is to 3. Correct? Now the difference is what? 50,000 favorable. Correct? Here 50,000 adverse. And they have given the contribution margin. How much the contribution margin? The standard contribution from these balls is 4 and 5. Am I correct? And the profit is what? 1.5 and 2.4. What is the system that they are using? Marginal costing. Then we'll have to come up with what? Contributions, not the profit. The company uses what? Marginal costing system. That's why it's clearly stated. See, that's why I told you. It depends on the question whether to come up with what standard contribution margin or profit margin based on the nature of the business, whether the company uses what marginal costing system or what absorption costing system. Now it's here how much? 4 and 5, correct? 4 and 5, which is 200,000 favorable. Here 250,000 adverse. Am I correct? Therefore, net amount is what? 50,000 adverse. What would be the correct answer? 50,000 adverse. Yeah, we'll have to write down the answers, which means what? We'll have to type the answers by the exam. 50,000 adverse. Excuse me, you don't put A, just put 50,000. Why? The requirement itself, they say what? What is the value of adverse sales mix variance? Therefore, 50,000. That's all. Second one is what? Sales quantity variance. We will, without the same information, no, I believe. Same information. So now, actual A, B, actual quantity salt, sorry, actual quantity, a standard mix, makes 150,000. This is how much? 90,000. Now we have to get the budgeted quantity salt. Am I correct? Budgeted quantity salt. Question says 240,000 balls, which were 20,000 ball higher than the budget. 20,000 what? Higher than the budget. Then what is the total budgeted quantity sales? 2,20,000. Right? The 2,20,000, you know the ratio. They have given what? 5 is to 3. Am I correct? 5 is to 3 now. How much the budgeted quantity salt for A? Very good question. 5 is to 3. I'll tell you, there are two methods of getting the answers. 220,000 divided by 8 times 5. How much? 1 lakh. And this is 82,500 from Sanjana. Correct? Now we can get the difference. This is 12,500 favorable. Am I correct? This is what? 7,500 once again favorable. So you know the contribution. This is what? 4. This is what? 5. Then the total would be 50,000 favorable. Here 7,500 favorable. No? Then 37,500 favorable. Altogether 87,500 favorable. Correct? Very good questions. This is the way they may twist you. Or there's another way of getting the answers. Get the total actual quantity, that is how much? 240,000. Budgeted quantity is how much? 20,000. Therefore, 20,000 is what? Favorable. Then you get the average contribution per unit. How to get the average contribution per unit? Should be, that is what budgeted sales is 5:3, no? 5 times what? 4 plus 3 times 5 divided by what? 8. Then you will be getting what? Weighted average contribution. Then you can get the answer. But I would say this would be the better way, easiest way, right? Shall we move on to the next part? Very, very important and complicated one. Planning and operational variances. Excuse me. Here, before I get started this operational and planning variances, I want to tell you one thing. I have already informed you all. There are two methods. One is a common method what we are using, because the formula is getting different from the ACC hub what they have given and the general method. But later in the your marking scheme, they have given the alternative approach of the answers. If I want to tell you everything, ACC hub, they have formed a team, right? For the team only, they are preparing what this marking scheme and all for these questions. Even for the tutor, they have given the advice, if you want to update anything, just update it. But we don't update, right? But there's a small issue with the what? Operational and planning variances calculations. Slightly it's deviating from the definition, but definitions are same for the both. Even if you refer the CMA, CMA or what ACCA, definitions are same. Only the problem, the calculation method. But ACCA, it has given both methods, right? But one method which has been suggested in your ACC hub, I will tell you where they are getting the deviation from the what? Common method. Where they are getting the deviation from the common method. I'm going to go with the ACCA method. You know why? There won't be any issue with the what section B or C. Sometimes they may give you the alternative answers. I can share you if you want the answers. After giving the ACC hub answers, that method, and they have given an alternative method answers. Two different answers. When it comes to OTQ questions, they will give you the marks only for the what? Which is given where in your hub, not the common method. Therefore, we try to go only with the method which is given where in the hub, but I don't agree with that method. Not method, the formula. That formula, bit of a deviation from the what definitions. But I believe what I used to teach for the CMA and CMA and the degree program, the original method, original formula. That's the most suited and correct formula. But for the time being, we need marks. We'll have to get to the exam. We'll have to go with the what? ACCA, but only one part which is what? Deviating. All the other parts are what? Same. Right? Okay. Planning and operational variances, much more important during what? COVID situations. What is exactly meant by planning and operational? Listen very carefully. Listen very carefully. You will set the standard at the beginning. Agree with me? You will set the standard at the beginning. Say for an example, 1st January, X years, right? At the end of the period, at the end, right? You'll be getting the what? Say for an example, 31st December. You'll be getting the actual. Then you'll be getting the variances. So we call it as what? Common variances. This is the way we have calculated the variances. You tell me, in this particular 12 months time, so already I have told you, performance management accounting or performance management. So what? Tricks and hacks which has been deployed to what? Maximize the company's profit. Am I correct? So here, as you said earlier, we discussed what are the drawback of what standard costing is what? It is not much suited for the what? Rapidly changing environment. So when you are setting the standard at the beginning, the condition is different at the end of the period. Do you all agree with me? I can tell you the best example. We got the lockdown during April. Remember, no? Corona lockdown. It was imposed during what? April. But we set this, save an example. We set the standard in January. When you were setting the standard in January, did you know about the what COVID situation in April? You tell me the truth. So after COVID, you tell me the truth. What was the situation? It's totally different. Or during the COVID or after COVID, totally different from when you were setting the standard. Therefore, when you are calculating the variances, you won't be getting the what correct amount. It is not useful for what decision making because the conditions are two different conditions. To sort out this problem, management accounting is given the guideline, no problem. You set the standard what at the beginning. For that, we call it as what? Original standard. Original standard, what you set at the beginning. In halfway through means some people who think that exactly 6 months time. No, it can be in 2 months time or 3 months time. There are a lot of changes which is taking place where in the market. Based on the market condition, or sometimes based on the company also may change their strategy. They may change the strategy. But the original plan is what? Elastic product. Therefore, we'll have to always reducing the price. Am I correct? Later, they are going to introduce what inelastic product. Then they may change the strategy. Am I correct? There are a number of ways they can introduce their strategy. Now the condition is totally different halfway through. Now you can't go and check what your actual, but you have already planned. Am I correct? Therefore, the management accounting is teaching us halfway through what you can do is this original standard can be revised. We call it as revised standard. Halfway through we can revise our standard. That is known as because the revised standard would be more practical one. So based on the market condition, we are going to do some changes. That is what is known as revised standard. Then finally you will be getting actual. Finally you will be getting actual. What is meant by operating variance? What is meant by operating variance or operational variance? The difference between revised standard and the actual. Do you agree with me? What is meant by operating variance? Operational or operating, both are correct. Operational or operating variance. The difference between what is the actual and what is your revised. Right? Second one is planning. Name itself giving you the definition. Planning. You have now two different plans. One was the original plan. Another one is a revised plan. The difference between the original plan and the revised plan is called as planning variances. Are you clear? Are you clear? Am I clear to you all? Under operating, you have operating price variance. Operating usage variance. Operating rate variance. Operating efficiency variance. Same thing for the usage. Operating usage variance. Planning usage variance. Planning efficiency variance. Operating efficiency variance. But under any circumstances, don't forget the definition. What is meant by operating variance? Operating variance is very clear. The difference between actual and the revised. Actual and the revised. What is meant by planning variance? The name itself is giving you the definition. Planning, your two different plans. What was your original plan and what is your revised plan? Is that clear to you? Is that clear? Now, I'm going to give you the formula for this, summarized formula. Don't memorize, just try to understand. If you apply this formula in the exam, you can get the answer for any sort of a questions. Therefore, please make a note on that. operating variance equal or operational variance equal actual minus revised. Actual minus revised. Right? Planning variance equals original plan minus what? Revised plan. Right. Now, let's talk about the variances one by one. I just want to tell you one more thing also. Operating variances, there are two components. One is operating, if it is a price, operating price, planning price. Price variance does not have two components. Listen very carefully. Sometimes what you would do is price variance. Under price, you have what? Operating price, planning price. Operating price plus planning price equals to what? Price variance? You are wrong. Price variance does not have two components. Operating variance, you have two components. Operating price, operating what? Usage. If it is what? Material. Planning what? Price, planning what? Usage. Am I clear to you? That's one more important part that you will have to understand. Even I remember some of the tutors who made mistake. What they say is what? My total price variance is 10,000. Operating price is 7,000. Then planning price should be 3. No, you're wrong. It's not a subdivision of what? Price variance. It's not a subdivision of what? Price variance. Or it's not a subdivision of what? Usage variance. Those two are independent variances. Am I correct? Right. Now, if you look at first price variance, listen very carefully, price variance. How to calculate price variance? You tell me first. How to calculate price variance? The way of calculating price variance. Actual price minus what? Standard price times what? Actual quantity. Now, when it comes to operating price, the formula is very clear. Actual price, no different. That is as it is, minus what? We said what? Standard. Now we are going to calculate what? Operating. Operating means what? The original one or revised one? What is meant by operating variance? I have given the note. Look at the note. How to calculate operating variance? Actual minus revised. Actual minus what? Revised. Therefore, what standard price can be applied over here? Very good. Actual price minus what? Revised standard price times what? Actual quantity. Is that understandable? Is that understandable? Is that clear? Are you all clear? Operating price. Excuse me, from online. I need to get the sound from you all. Price variance means actual price minus standard price times what? Actual quantity. In order to calculate operating price variance, instead of putting the what? Standard price, we are going to put what? Revised standard price. Revised standard price. Sanjana, are you okay? Right. Okay, now we are going to calculate planning price. Planning means what? Planning means what? Planning variance means what? Original plan and the what? Revised plan. But since we are calculating what? Price, original standard price minus what? Revised standard price. Original standard price minus what? Revised standard price multiplied by actual quantity. Excuse me. Now only I'm explaining the very important part. I'm going to explain to you the very important part. This is what is given for planning where in your ACC hub, even your Kaplan. But they have given the alternative approach. That is my argument. Planning means what? Original plan and the revised plan. Under any circumstances, actual cannot be taken to the account. My argument. Therefore, SEMA and other professional bodies, we want multiply by actual quantity. We put what? Revised standard quantity. Here I multiply by actual quantity, no. But the correct one is what? Revised standard quantity. Because my argument, right? Not only myself, even for other professional body, they say what? But ACCA, they have given both. But this is what they have given where in the ACC hub. The formula what I have written over there. Even I didn't write what is where in the alternative approach. Because sometimes you may get confused. I want to make not you all to confuse where in the exam. That's why I'm going to teach you straightforward. Because what they say is how to calculate price variance. Actual price minus what? Standard price equals to price variance. That will be multiplied by what? Actual quantity. When you are calculating operating, revised standard price. When you are calculating planning, two different plan, original plan and the revised plan. If you want to calculate the variance in terms of total, ACC hub says what? Multiply by actual quantity. But some other professional bodies, they say what? Not the actual quantity. It should be what? Revised standard quantity. Because they say what? Planning under any circumstances, actual cannot be taken. But we will go as it is. ACC hub. I hope you all understood. Sanjana? Priyanka? Malavika? Excuse me. If it is a labor, instead of writing the word of what? Price, you will put it as what? Rate. Actual rate minus what? Revised standard rate multiplied by what? Actual hours. Actual hours for the labors. Am I correct? Now we are moving to usage. We are moving to what? Usage. How to calculate usage variance? How to calculate usage variance? Actual quantity minus what? Standard times what? Standard price. Standard price. This is the way of, but standard quantity always depends on what? Actual production. Then we will convert the actual production into standard quantity. Do you all agree with me? Now, how to calculate first operating usage? Operating usage. Operating usage. Actual quantity. Same actual quantity. Instead of putting the what? Standard quantity, we are going to put what? Revised standard quantity, right? Multiply by what? Standard price. Standard price. Excuse me. Here also I don't agree. They say what? Multiply by original standard price. Original standard price. I don't agree with that. Why? Because this is what they have given where in the hub. But when I am teaching to what other professional bodies, I won't put the original standard price. I put the what? Revised standard price. Then only you will be getting the meaning of it. But here there is no meaning, no? Look at the formula, revised quantity times original price, there is no revised cost. Got my point. But we will go with the what ACC hub. This is what they have given in the hub formula. But my argument is only for the here. This part. Original standard price. I would say what? It should be what? Revised standard price. But your hub says no, it's original standard price. Since the common name is what? Standard price. Right? We'll go with the what? Hub. No problem at all. But you have alternative approach. You have alternative approach. That is also correct. That is what your marking scheme says. But my argument, in case if you are getting the questions where in the OTQ, then bit of a problem if you go with the what alternative approach. We don't take the risk. We don't need to take what? Risk. We will try to go with the ACC hub. But I have explained everything. If somebody asks, you can defend it. You can tell them this is the reality. This is the way of calculating variances. Am I correct? Okay. Next one is planning usage. Planning usage. So what is meant by planning? Two different plans. Am I correct? Then original standard quantity, right? Minus what? Revise standard quantity multiplied by original standard price. That is correct. This is correct. Planning usage variance is correct. Only the problem that we had operating usage and the planning price. Only those two places we have a bit of a different answer. We go with as it is, no problem. But my initial plan was not to explain that part. My initial plan, because sometimes you may get confused. But as a lecturer, I have a duty to what explain everything. Am I correct? But I don't agree with what these two formula. My personal opinion. I go with the common what we used to calculate what planning and what operating, because planning means under any circumstances we can't put the actual. But here we are planning, we are calculating what actual quantity for what planning price variance. I don't agree with that. Second one is operating usage variance. Operating usage variance, we are calculating what original standard price, but I don't agree with that. It should have been what revised standard price. Are you clear? Shall we get started with the questions now? Right. Do you want me to dictate the notes with regard to the operating and planning variances? You're okay with that definitions, no? Operating mean the difference between the what? Actual and the revised. Planning mean two different plan. Original plan, the revised. Why are we calculating? There are a lot of changes which is taking place in the market. So we'll have to adapt the changes based on the what market conditions. To minimize the variances, we need to revise our standard. Also, sometimes company may change their strategy, right? When they're changing the strategy also, we need to redesign what our standard. Given most of the question with another two variances. Therefore, we will quickly finish it up other two variances and then we'll come back to what past papers question, right? Take down. Right. Small heading, planning and operational variances for sales. For sales, right? Under that first heading, market share operational variance. Market share operational variance. Market share operational variance. Market share operational variance. Variance. This is the last part of the variance, right? Market share operational variance equal actual sales quantity, actual sales minus revised budgeted sales. Revised budgeted sales multiplied by standard profit margin or standard contribution margin. This is market share operating variance. Sorry, SPM or SCM? Standard profit margin or standard contribution margin? You know, no? Standard profit margin or standard contribution margin. This is a subdivision of a sales volume variance if the company is going to have only one type of a product. Only one type of a product. Second one is market size variance. Market size variance. That is what planning within the bracket. Revised budgeted sales minus original budgeted sales revised budgeted sales minus original budgeted sales times standard profit margin or contribution margin. Can you quickly try one questions? I have shared to you. I've sent you WhatsApp. Small question. Uh, Excuse me. I just want to explain to you with regard to these two types of variances, what is exactly meant by market size variance and market share variance. Excuse me. Just have a look first. It is a subdivision. Listen very carefully. Sometimes the examiner may ask you to write down the explanation with regard to the what market size variance and the market share variance. You know the way of calculating sales volume variance. Sales volume variance means actual quantity, different from what? Budgeted quantity. That volume which would be, calculated in terms of what? Profit. Based on the variances, employees will be rewarded. Do you agree with me? But it is not sufficient to reward the employee or penalize the employee based on the straight away taking the actual and the budgeted volume, because sometimes the market size may what get changed, so then we can't penalize the what employees for that. If the market share got changed, we can, because that is complete control of what the company. If the market size is getting changed, it's not our control, it's out of our control. Am I correct? Therefore, that's the reason in detail we are evaluating this volume variances happen due to the what market share or what? Due to the what market share or what? Market size. Then only we can give a conclusion. That's the reason we do calculate what? Market share and the market size variances. Shall we mark this idea? Because it may be tested where in the exam. Better we'll mark this point, right? Take down. The market size and the market share variances are market size and market share variances are breakdown of the sales volume variance. Breakdown of the sales volume variance. Right? Breakdown of the sales volume variance. Do you agree with me first? How do we calculate sales volume variance? Actual quantity minus what? Budgeted quantity. That is the what? Sales volume. That will be calculated in terms of what? Profit. Now what we are going to do is, this sales volume may get changed due to the what? Market condition. Because of the price of the market or because of the what? Share price. Am I correct? That is what we are going to investigate in further. Full stop and continue. Breakdown of the sales volume variance. The sales volume variance shows sales volume variance shows the effect on profit of the actual sales level, the effect on profit of the actual sales level, being different from budgeted sales level. Budgeted sales level. Budgeted sales level. Full stop and continue. However, comma, without considering how the market itself has changed, without considering how the market itself has changed, comma, it is difficult to draw conclusion about performance from the sales volume variance. sales volume variance. Full stop and continue. Therefore, it is better to do further investigation to assess the performance of the organizations, by calculating market size variance and market share variance. Right? Next time put a star mark and write. The change in the size of the market as a whole, the change in the size of the market as whole a change in the size of the market as whole, comma, which is beyond the control of the sales manager. Which is beyond the control of the sales manager. Next point, a change in the share of the market with the company holds comma, which is deemed to be within the control of the sales manager. This is what you have to explain with regard to the what market size variance and the what market share variance. Market share variance, it's complete control of the what sales manager. Therefore, he is accountable for that. Market size is beyond the control of the what sales manager. Therefore, he is not accountable for market size variance. Let's say market size variance is what adverse, then we can't blame the what salesperson. If the market share variance is adverse, he is accountable. Am I correct? So he has to take the responsibility on it. That is what I have explained, the market share and the market size variance. Can you quickly try that example, please? With that, we can move on to the what 20 marks or 10 marks questions. There are a number of questions. Each and every year there are past papers questions. Right. Shall we calculate quickly? Look at the questions. Let's calculate first sales volume variance. Sales volume. Actual quantity sold minus what? Budgeted quantity sold times what? Marginal costing, absorption costing. What they have given. Profit. Therefore, absorption costing. Standard profit margin. Actual quantity sold how much? Actual sales 450,000 minus budgeted quantity sold 400,000. Standard profit margin is what? 3. Therefore, 150,000 favorable. Is that clear? Is that clear? Sales volume variance. Now, this sales volume, there are two components. Am I correct? One is what? Market share. How to calculate market share variance? Difference between actual quantity sold and the what? Revised budgeted sales. Actual quantity sold minus what? Revised quantity sold times what? Standard contribution, sorry, profit margin. What is the actual quantity sold? It's very clear, 450,000. Look at the revised quantity, what they say. Question. Hudson has a sales budget of 400,000 rupees for the coming year based on the 20% of the total market. 20% of the what? Total market. On each unit, Hudson makes a profit of $3. Actual sales 400, but the industry reports show that the total market volume had been 2.2 million. If the total market volume is 2.2 million, what is the revise expected, which is 20%? 20% of 2.2 million is how much? 440,000. That is the revised. Then the standard profit margin is 3, 10,000, 30,000. Still actual quantity is more. Therefore what? Favorable. Is that understandable? Is that understandable? Is that understandable? Second one is what? Market size variance. Market size. How to calculate? Revise quantity sold minus what? Budgeted quantity sold times what? Standard profit margin. What is the revised quantity? Already we have calculated, which is what? 440,000. Budgeted quantity sold is how much? They have given 400,000. Am I correct? Which is how much? 40,000 times 3, 120,000 what? Favorable. Correct? Altogether how much? 150 same months. Now, excuse me, look at both variances has been reported as what? Favorable. Both variances has been what? Reported as what? Favorable. Because both are what? Favorable conditions. Am I correct? But if one is what? Because market size, of course, as I have told you clearly, it's not in the control of the sales manager. We can't blame them. He can't take the responsibility for the market size. It will get changed itself. We can't place a finger on that, right? But the market share is under the control of what? Sales manager. That's the difference between what? Actual quantity and the what? Revised. Because change based on the what? Market condition, what should have been what? Your quantity sold out. But actually, how many units you have sold? Am I correct? You could have sold more than that. Oh, you could have sold what? Less than that. Because of the what? Market what? Share. Am I clear to you? Market share. So that is all about what? This sales volume, market share, and the market size variance. Right? Now we can get started with the what? 20 marks, 10 marks. There are a number of questions. The time does not permit me to what? Do all the questions. We will pick few questions and do. full uniform component. This is March, June 2017 papers. 20 marks question. We'll go one by one. Can you answer for part A only? Sanjana has got the answer for material 11,496. We'll double check Sanjana. I don't know the answers. I can give you 10 minutes only for the part A. We will discuss the part A and we can move on to the part B. Sanjana will double check. No worries. There are loads of past papers questions. Please try all the past papers question under standard costing, right? Because with this, I thought of doing one more past papers question. Then the rest you'll have to do yourself. Shall we get started? Sanjana has got the answers. She says what 11,496 adverse in total. We'll see whether we are getting the same answer. The school uniform company manufactures school uniform, right? Listen very carefully because sometimes this case, the information that may be required to answer for the part C. Look at the part C. Assess the performance of the production manager for the month of what? February. Performance of the production manager. Whether he has performed well or not. One of largest contract is with girls private school, which has 35 schools across the world country, all with the same school uniform. They are going to supply for how many schools? 35 girls school. After the recent review, or the uniform that the PST school, the school spring summer dress has been redesigned to incorporate a drop waistband, right? Each new dress now requires 2.2 material. Now they say what? 2.2 meter. Am I correct? But still we don't know whether that is of original standard or revised standard. Let's read the question and we'll see, right? 2.2 meter, which is 10% more material than the previously styled. Then original was how much? Original was something else. That is what? X. We don't know what is X, right? But we know the revised is how much? 2.2 meter fabric, right? That they say what? 10% more material than the previous style of dress required. Previously, you decide X amount, right? But now current amount is 2.2, which is 10% more than the what? That X. Am I correct? Therefore, 2.2 is how many percentage? 110%. 110 percentage is what? 2.2 meter. What is the what? 100. That would give you 2 meter. Am I correct? That was the original standard for material. Is that understandable? Is that understandable? However, a new material has also been chosen by GPST, which cost only but 2.85 per meter, which is 5% cheaper than the material used in the previous dress. So now revised standard is how much? $2.85 per meter, right? That is what? 5% cheaper than the material used in the previous dress. 5% less. Then the what? That would be 95%. Am I correct? 95% is what? 2.85. What is 100? That would give you how much? 3. Then the original was $3. I'm sorry. $3 per meter. Is that understandable? Excuse me. Now you tell me what is the actual price. What is the actual price? Actual price also 2.85. Why? Look at the sentence, please. Per meter. A new material has also been chosen by GPST, which cost only what? 2.85. Actual cost is how much? 2.85 per meter, which is 5% cheaper than the material used in the previous dresses. Then previously, which was what? 5% what? More. 5% what? More. Am I correct? Therefore, 95% is what? 2.85. What is 100%? Which is what? 3 meter. That was the what? Cost for the what? Original budget. But the revised one is what? 2.85. But the actual cost also what? 2.85. Is that understandable? February, the total amount of the material used and purchase price at a price of was how many meter? Actual quantity. Actual quantity 54,560 meter. Correct? So the second para, they are talking about what? Labor part. Labor part. We will do that labor part after completion of what? A. With A, we will stop it. Tomorrow, we will try to do it what? B and C. With what? Labor also, Sanjana has got 7,680. You can make it as a homework. Right? So now, material. You can calculate the price variance. Price variance is 0. Do you agree with me? Price variance is what? 0, because actual price, right? And the what? Revised standard price is what? Same. Standard price is what? Same. Therefore, price variance is what? 0. But you can calculate operating price variance. Price. How to calculate operating price variance? Actual price minus what? Revised standard price times what? Actual quantity. Do you all agree with me? What is the actual price? 2.85. Revised standard price is how much? That's also the same. Am I correct? 2.85. Therefore, there is no what? Operating price variance. That is what? 0. Operating price variance is what? 0. Now, planning price. Planning price. Original standard price minus what? Revised standard price multiplied by actual quantity based on what? ACCA hub. Based on what? ACCA hub. The original standard price was how much? $3. Revised standard price is what? 2.85. $85. Actual quantity is 54,560. That would give you how much? $0.15 times 54,560. Sorry? 8184. That is what? Adverse or favorable? Favorable. Favorable. Why? Originally you planned 3. Now you made it to what? 2.85. Therefore you are happy. It has come down. Also, additional information, they have given the actual production also. Look at actual production. Production, which is how many units? 24,000 units. 24,000 units. Clear? Now let's calculate operating usage variance. Operating usage. Actual quantity minus what? Revised standard quantity. Standard price. Standard price. Am I correct? That is what? Original standard price. Original standard price. But it should have been but revised standard price. But based on what you says, ACC Hub, it's a what? Original standard price. Actual quantity is how much? 54,560. 54,560 minus revised standard quantity. Standard quantity always depends on actual production. 24,000 units. Each unit is expected to use revised sum by 2.85. What is the standard price? 3. Standard price is 3, no? Original standard price. Then what would be the answer? What would be the answer? $2.85 times 24,000 minus 54,560. Getting late. $41,520. Final answer. Final answer. So the standard quantity revised is more or less 48. $24,000 times 2.85 is how much? 60? Okay, 68,400. Then revised standard quantity is more than the actual quantity. Therefore, you are happy, favorable. How much the favorable? 40? 520. 520 favorable. Sanjana, is this correct? Are you backing my answer? Planning usage. Planning usage. Original standard quantity minus what? Revised standard quantity. Original standard price. Original standard quantity is what? 24,000 units times what? 3 liter. Minus revised is what? 24,000 times 2.85. 2.85 multiplied by original standard price is what? 3. Then 24,000 are 72,000. Correct? Here 24,000 times 2.85. 68. 4. Therefore favorable. Do you agree with me? Why do we say favorable? Originally you planned 72,000 kilo, but you revise it to what? 68,400 to produce what? 24,000 units. Therefore you are happy, which is what? Favorable. How much? $10,800 favorable. Now you know This is what favorable. This is favorable. This is also favorable. Correct, no? I think somewhere we made mistakes. I don't know. Sanjana, can you help me? Where we made mistakes? No, I just put the it's a quantity, no? I put the prices over here, no? I just entire calculation is wrong now. Entire calculation because 2 meter and 2.2 meters, no? You could have told me, no? All these are wrong, no? This is wrong. Could have told me. Actual quantity is 54,000. How much? 54,000? 54,560. Standard quantity, revised standard quantity always depends on actual production, 24,000 unit. Each unit is expected to use how many meter? Revised 2.2. 2.2 meter. Standard price is how much? Standard price is 2.85. No, 3. Original standard price is 3. Then how much? What is the difference? 52? 5280 adverse. I have put the price no instead of quantity. You could have corrected me. So here also it's wrong. Plan. Planning usage. Original standard quantity minus what? Revise standard quantity times what? Original standard price. Original standard quantity 24,000 times what? 2. Am I correct? Which is how many kilo? 48,000. Revised standard quantity is what? 24,000 times 2.2. 2.2. How much? 24,000 times 2.2. 68,400. Are you correct? 2.2 times 24,000, 68,400. Yeah, but difference would be 20,400. Am I correct? I don't think that it should be what 68,400. 24,000 times 2.2 is how much? Yeah, that's right. 54, 52,800. 52,800. Therefore, 4,800 times 3. How much? 14,400. 14,400. Adverse. Right? Now you can get the total variance. 14,400, 5,280, 8,184. What is the total variance? Total of material. $11,496 adverse. Yes, you are correct, Sanjana. Your answer is correct. Excuse me. Now we will do the rest of the part what you just finish and come, right, for the B, and we will try to do tomorrow also one past papers question with this. And before we wind up the sessions, I just want to tell you one more thing about what the variance is being reported with regard to the material. So now overall variance is what? Adverse. Do you agree with me? Total variance is what? Material is adverse. Can we pass this to the what production manager's head? Can we tell him that you are the person who is responsible for this adverse variance? Because these production managers are held responsible only for the operating variances. Planning variances is out of their control because the original plan and the revised plan, the plan which is set by the what top level people. Am I correct? And then again, because look at there are some issue with regard to the what the design of the product also. It's also what getting what change. Due to that, what we can't blame the what production manager. We'll discuss this part, but tomorrow sessions as well, right? Thank you very much. Rate variance only efficiency needed to calculate it, right? Yes, of course, Sanjana. If there is no rate, then you have to calculate only the efficiency. But anyway, the standard rate should have given to you. Now, I don't know. I didn't read the question, Sanjana. We'll see whether you can calculate the what rate variance or not in tomorrow's class. I don't think if there is no actual rate, then there's no way to calculate the what rate variances. Thank you very much. See you what tomorrow.